Hello and welcome to the stream. And yes, as usual, I'm super organized and everything is on time. Okay, let me just tweak the settings. I think the music is a little bit too loud. Maybe my microphone could be a little bit more loud, something like that. Okay. Yeah, I will need to keep tweaking this stuff. But yes.
Welcome, everybody.
And I don't have my chat open. That's a mistake. Oops. Okay, now I should have my chat as well. So, hey, welcome Zos. Sorry I missed your message, but now we should be all fine. Okay, I'm super excited for today. So, yesterday I kind of did a lot of preparation work, so honestly the stream probably wasn't super interesting, but we are kind of ready to actually do the switch over to the new workflow job system, and that's the main thing I want to get done today. I think what I will do is I will actually test it with some sort of simple job, like maybe I will switch over repairs first, and we will see how that goes. It should just straight up work, but yeah, you know, my coding usual things don't work out as they should at the first time. Okay, so let me just do a quick refresher on what I did, because that will also kind of help me remember what the heck I did yesterday. So it's, you know, for your benefit, also for my benefit, because my memory is really bad. Okay. So what we do is we periodically go over a room and we kind of try to find jobs in the room. And what basically there are two types of jobs right now. There's like the jobs that relate to structures, so that have a structure as a target, and then there's jobs that have a construction site as a target. So that's the only reason why these are, you know, two separate things right now, because it really is, you know, some of them target a construction site, some of them target a structure. So for construction sites, this is very easy. There's nothing else than just go and build it. That's the only job we care about. So what we do is we first of all go through existing build jobs and we check if the thing still exists. Yes, so this was actually a thing I was supposed to check. Okay, I still don't quite get this question from Slack, but I guess the interesting idea is if we have the ID of a construction site, I can actually test that. So let's go to Screeps very quickly. So what I'm wondering is, if I have an ID of a construction site and the construction finishes, does the ID change, or does it actually stay the same? It just switches over to being a building. And we can test it. I probably don't want to test it in this room, because this room is kind of low productivity room. Let's go to this room. This is my ID changes. Okay, good. So I guess then this logic should be fine. Yeah, because what we do here is we go over all the jobs we know, and we check if we basically just want to maintain the jobs that still exist, essentially. because again, these are jobs. So if I go to the job thing, this has the job type, the target, and the list of creeps that are currently doing the job. So we really want to maintain this, like this field specifically. We want to maintain the list of creeps. Now that's what we do here. So we maintain the jobs that still exist, and then we try to find additional jobs. Now I need to do this filtering over here because this is just a simple array. So we kind of need to remember, you know, which we already pushed into the array, because it's not, it would be a linear search for each of them if we basically would try to like figure out, oh, is it already in the array, which would probably be quite slow, especially for like repair jobs. Although, like if this was C++, I might not, yeah. So if this was C++, I might actually skip that, because even for like repair jobs, we are still talking about like relatively small number of entities. So the linear search in C++ at least would actually still be faster. I think unless you hit like around 200 items in an array. It also depends on the size of the item, obviously. But if you are talking about IDs like this, I guess this would be strings in the C++ world. Unless you like hit around 200 or more, you really should just be using linear search. Basically doing anything smart just ends up being slower because of caches. But I suspect that this doesn't really apply to JavaScript. Like at some point I will kind of need to go and figure out the performance implications on some of the things in JavaScript, because right now I really don't quite know. So yeah, so we do filter them out and then, you know, create new jobs for the new size that we don't know about yet, and that's it. And the same idea for the structure, for the structures, except this is a bit more complicated because we have like specific jobs for specific types of structures. Some of them we want to, basically everything that's not hostile we want to repair. Then things that can be refilled, we want to refill, and control can be upgraded, so that's another special job, and that's pretty much it. But is that actually related to what, I guess since an object is I don't know. Yeah, again, I will kind of need to read up on this offline, because this is, yeah, the thing with performance is you kind of need to build up the intuition, so you start writing like the correct structure of code, and to build up the intuition you kind of need to go and measure stuff. So yeah, I think I will need to do that at some point, but that's totally unrelated to Screeps. So yes, once we know the jobs, they also get serialized. So this was another thing that I was struggling with yesterday. So we have this job interface that describes the job. So this is the thing that we are actually serializing, and this actually serializes nicely without any issues into memory, and then it of course deserializes. So the thing what we need to basically write today is, let me just go to my notepad. Okay, so today we need to write, I will start with just like a repair job. So repair job as an example. So this will be the repair job workflow. I need to have logic for a job disappearing. So in that case, we need to iterate over the creeps, and mark them as free. And I need to have a logic for creep dying. So the good thing is we already have like the places where to put that. So the creep dying, that's when we clean up the memory for the creep, and the logic for job disappearing. We already have that because that's inside of the filtering. Like if the job, you know, that's when we don't put it into the array of jobs is exactly when a job disappeared. So we know, like, the good thing is this is not something that needs to be like edited. You just need to inject a bit of code into those places. And when a creep dies, we want to remove it from the corresponding job. Now this is tricky because how I wrote it, and this I will need to figure this out. I might need to change some of these structures. So right now it's job goes to array of creeps, right? So to remove the creep from a job becomes a bit tricky because I basically need to just go over all the jobs and find like the one with the correct target ID and remove the creep from that array. Technically, we could also do it slightly differently. We could basically remove the creep lazily. So the number of elements in the array isn't that of a big deal. The bigger deal to me is that we have an array of jobs. And that array actually isn't too small. So if I just jump to the game quickly, right? So let's go to the console, not to the console, to the memory. And I want to view this room, right? And I have the job scheduler data structure over here, right? These assembly jobs, I have 300 of them in this room. Wait, this memory keeps freaking out. What the hell is happening? This is not disassembly jobs, come on. Yes, now it's correct. There's something buggy with this memory view. Okay, anyway, repair jobs, we have 300. So this means we need to iterate over 300 elements and find, you know, the one with the correct target, essentially. Which, it's not a huge deal because creeps, we don't have that many creeps and creeps don't die that often. But it is a consideration. Array of info objects. Well, now the problem is, like, arrays will not help me here because... So, okay, so the reason why this kind of breaks down is the filtering, actually. So technically I could remember the index of the job, but the problem is the index changes the moment I filter the jobs. So, like, either I say, okay, like, realistically, this doesn't really change, as in I almost never remove stuff from here, in which case, yeah, how to find the job is basically the problem. Oh, and please do let me know if the alerts are now fine on the stream, and also if, like, anything sound-wise still is not working, because again I'm still setting this up, so you know. Yeah, so job ID, okay, but then the thing is, like, if I have a job ID, so job ID would be like an ID in this array, but that changes. So the only way to have like a stable job ID would be to have a map. Basically, like, have a map from a job ID, which actually not even the job ID, I guess, like have a target to like I could have a mapping from a target to all the relevant jobs. So it would be like a map, I guess a map to a map. So it would be like target ID, job type, and then the index in this data structure. Now the thing is, that's okay, but it's super hard to update when I'm doing the filtering. So I think, again, since creeps die, like, you know, once, what's the lifetime of a creep? I forget. But it's reasonably long, right? Yeah, this one has only 500, but this was like 1000 something, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so, you know, it's plenty of ticks. So we will not be running this like every tick, so it's okay. Yeah, and if this, so for now I think I will just do the linear search. If it becomes more interesting.
Hello, welcome back.
So if it becomes interesting from like performance perspective, I will actually try to have some sort of index or something like that. But yeah. Yeah. What the heck is the name of the... Okay. Right. So let's do... Let's just write this with the arrays. Okay. We want this thing. So first of all, the creep dying. So this is happening at the end of the main. Over here. So where the heck is it? Here, right. So before we delete the memory, what we want to do is fancy scheduler, and what I think needs to happen is I just need to have so I need a job scheduler instance, right? Okay, so let's just do here like on creep def or something like that. Scheduler is per room. And I actually, so I actually want to keep that way because if it's per room, I can basically do like a boosting mechanism where I just send creeps to a room as a destination, and the scheduler in that room will just pick up on them existing and schedule them correctly. Yeah. So creep. So what do you want to do on creep def? We said that we need to figure out, find the job that this creep was currently doing and remove it from that job. Okay. So if creep dot memory dot, and this will, okay, so right now we actually don't store. Yeah, okay, so that's a thing I haven't done yet. Honestly, what I actually want is just the memory. of the creep, which is the thing we are deleting. Okay. So so the workflow is a step of like list of jobs that need to be done. So basically, will it be just enough to have yeah, this gets awkward because if I straight up store the job, then I also have the mapping to the other creeps doing the job, which is just taking up memory. Yeah, I kind of just want to have like a workflow step. Yes, but this is the problem that it just like narrowing the interface is not enough because the JSON stringify doesn't care about the TypeScript information. Again, I don't have job ID, that's the problem. But actually, yes, okay, so what I can do, and this one, yeah, okay, so this will be actually the sensible thing to do. So what I will do is I will have, yes, interface, yes, workflow step, and the workflow step will be the job type. So yes, okay, so it will be basically a subtype of the job interface, but it will be used slightly differently, yeah. The target will be job target ID, and basically what I will have here, current workflow, which doesn't have to be actually set, will be step of workflow steps, array of workflow steps. Okay. And when we assign a workflow to creep, this gets initialized, and if the creep doesn't have any current workflow, then you know this is just empty. And this is all we need to know to like correctly direct the creep. Yeah, this is it. Okay, so yes, so let's take the creep memory instead of the creep. That makes sense. So, and I should call it creep memory. So if we have a current workflow, then what we want to do is for let step of creep. So let's go over all the steps in the current workflow, and then step dot target, right, and type. Okay, so type will tell me, so I need to switch over the type again. Okay. Actually, so these are now all just arrays of jobs. Okay, so I should, yeah, I should just initialize, where the heck did it go? Oh, here it is, okay. Yeah, so I need let, let jobs will be array of job. And then in the switch, we will actually initialize it. So switch step dot type, and then, yeah, so here we set it, here we set jobs, and then in here, we want to go for job of jobs. If job target equals step dot target, then we want to remove remove the creep from the array. Okay. Why is my nose itching so much? Okay. So this needs to be... Damn it, there's so many nested loops, it's insane. So this one actually I want to have like a standard loop. Yeah. Less than job.creeps.length, and then if jobs.creep, come on, cooperate. Oh, job.creep, yeah. Find index. Okay. So job.creeps.find. What does this do? Hello, thank you for the follow.
Sorry. Hello, welcome, and thank you for the follow.
Still getting used to it. Find index predicate on a creep. Oh, okay. So yep. So then, yeah. So this takes the creep ID creep. Wait a second, what? Calls predicate once for each element of the array in ascending order, identifies one where the predicate returns true. Okay, so we are supposed to return true. Okay, and this will return a number? Yes, okay. And wait a second, what does it return if it doesn't? It returns -1, okay. Good. So yes, so here we want to return, yeah, I have a creeps ID in an array, yes. So we want to return, that's a good point. Right, that kind of means I need to put the ID of the creep into its memory. Doesn't it? So name stays even after it's dead. Oh, it stays in memory because there is by name. Okay. Well, okay, you have convinced me. I'm switching to name instead of creep ID. It's, yeah, that's fine. It's not assignable. Oh, because job interface has a different one. Job interface has to have a string. Yep. Job target workflow. Okay, so that's all cool. So then over here, yeah, this will be a string now. And yeah, now we need like a creep name string, creep memory. Okay. So if creep name equals v, oops. Yeah, return creep name equals v. So if index is not -1. Man, you're writing so much that I have trouble keeping up. But don't be discouraged by that. Okay, let me just catch up quickly. Target find index, creep name, then use, yep, makes. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, these like syntax sugars, I keep just using the most verbose things, just for my sanity. But yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty much writing the same thing. So if it's not -1, then yes, then job to no jobs dot wait, no jobs, job dot creeps. Yes, that's what I want to edit. Splice started number and delete count. Okay. Okay, so it's just index and 1 then. Okay, sure. And since we have found the target, we want to break out, and we want to break out in either case if we hit the if this is true or not. I mean, technically it should never be false, because I mean, if it's false, then there's some inconsistency somewhere, because I found the correct job, but somehow the creep is not in the list, which is something that shouldn't happen. But yes, okay. Damn it, I'm really struggling with the logging. I kind of want to have like almost structured logging would be nice, but I don't know, because right now it's just a mess. Like it's a mess of free-form logs all over the place. I'm really thinking like having sort of like a inconsistency, like having like types of logs. Yeah, like state inconsistency, and then just log what it is, so I can kind of find it better in the log. Yeah. So the thing is, I realized that I cannot do like log.error. Oh, I can use colors. And okay. Okay. Let's just jump to the documentation then. So is that actually mentioned in the documentation, or is that just like something that is known? I mean, okay, I know I can, like, since it's UTF, I know I can use like icons, so it's fine, because it's just UTF. But okay, let's see if console. Yeah, they actually don't mention console over here. Yeah, the one thing I find a bit annoying is that I cannot do console dot error, because that would help a lot. Oh. What the heck? Really? Wow, okay, so you can do HTML. Wow, okay. That's crazy. Okay, I have to say, like, that's a bit. Yeah, I don't know if I want to go that far. But sure. Okay, cool. Okay, what I want to do is UTF-8, what do you call them? Oh, why cannot I remember what's the word for this thing? No, that's like, damn it. What do you call them? Why am I blanking on this? If I just search for Unicode. Yes, emoji. Okay, damn it. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so I did this. This is. I need to bookmark this. This page is great, by the way. If you haven't seen this, this is like all the emojis and how they render in like different browsers and stuff, and it's great. I love this. But I always forget that the word emoji for whatever reason. Yeah. This crap is like person motorized wheelchair is a person in a motorized wheelchair. It's like it makes sense because that's how you like Unicode works. You like compose things like this, but it's kind of crazy. Okay. So where's the like special symbols? Man, like at some point this will just become like so many that like no one will manage to figure out like what to actually use. Is this, did I skip over them or are they like at the end? What the heck? Ah, fire. Fire is good. Yeah, let's do fire. Inconsistent state, creep name, not found. UTF-8 icons, okay. Let's see, what is this one? Emoticons, arrows, symbols and pictograms. What the? That was a weird ad. I need to install an ad blocker because this is kind of nuts. I clicked on all, but it didn't really display too much stuff, so I don't know. I kind of like this one because this one really has like everything. Like it's a crazy big thing. It's a great sentence. Oh, ads, I don't have them. Sure. Yeah, I like the thing is this is like my special browsers. Firefox I kind of use for the like profiles. So I have like a profile for, you know, coding streams. I have a profile for work and stuff like that. So that's because the thing is you can have like different browser settings in Firefox per profile, which is a thing that you cannot do in Chrome. In Chrome, like for example, if you set your proxy, that's like system level proxy. You cannot have it like per profile, even though Chrome supports profiles. And specifically for work, I needed to have to have like a specific proxy in a profile, so I use Firefox. But because of each of the profiles being like a separate thing completely, I keep forgetting to like install the things that I actually use in all of them. But yeah, but if you at any point like want to have like actual proper profiles, Firefox is great for that because it like, yeah, the things are actually separate. So let's what was I doing? I got distracted. No, that's the wrong browser window. This one. Okay. Inconsistent state, creep name not found. For job target, and the job target will be yeah, job.target, sure. Screeps for job target, done. Okay. Yeah, I think the moment I start playing with like attacking creeps, I will start playing with some fancy stuff, and because I will definitely want my creeps shouting some crazy things when they attack. For sure. Right, and we still need to write this step by the type of the job. Okay, so case job type build jobs will be build jobs. This dot build jobs break case job type disassemble. And maybe I should just make this into a map, I'm just realizing. But yeah, maybe. The only problem is like maps don't serialize well, so it would have to be a map that gets like built at the beginning of the cycle. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. If I run into this code one more time, then I will just take the step and do it. Oh, I don't have energy jobs yet, do I? No, I don't. Type refill. Yes, job refill jobs. So okay, I think I just need to sit down and figure out how this thing works. So interfaces still confuse me, I have to admit, because there's this weird duality between an interface and the actual and the classes. So the things you have in memory, they are specified by their interface. So when they get deserialized, they are an object of the type that conforms to the interface. Now, yeah, so now the only problem that really trips me over is interfaces don't have like methods. Like they do, like they specify that this thing should have a method, but they don't provide the actual implementation of the method, right? So how do I go from an object that was just deserialized from JSON that conforms to an interface to an object that also has the actual method? Now for the scheduler, what I do is literally in my main, let's just go there. Need to scroll up more here. So I basically do the fancy scheduler, and I just give it the interface object, job scheduler. And what happens inside of here is like these things actually get like copied. I mean, it's references, so there shouldn't be any copying as such happening. It should just be, you know, I have a reference to this. But that's what's happening. I don't quite understand the last sentence. What? An instance use classes with to JSON. Yeah. Okay. So yes, exactly. The deserialization step is what's tripping me over, because again, I get an object that conforms to the interface. Cool. But the object that conforms to the interface doesn't have the method implementations attached to it. Right? What is memhack? Hello. Oh.
Hello and welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow.
Well, okay, but so the frequency is not the problem. I have a fundamental problem with deserializing things, so I need to deserialize them at least once, right? Oh, the follow sounds is glitchy. That's a bit strange. Let me just quickly check this. So this should be going... Oops. That was the wrong button. Streamlab alerts. Monitor and output. This might be an issue in OBS. Okay, good to know. I will look into the, thanks for letting me know. I will try to figure out what's happening with the sounds. So I hear them okay, but I think there might be some sort of screw up in the way I mix things together. Okay, so Quenos, yes. So that's basically what I'm doing. What I'm trying to figure out if there is like a clean way to go from the deserialized object, which is basically just the data, right? And it's the data and it's annotated in TypeScript that it conforms to this interface, right? Now, how do I go from that blob to the class? Like, is there a clean way to do that? Or do I need to basically just do what I'm doing and have like a constructor that just takes the different fields and just copies them, basically? Okay, so if this is the way to do it, then I'm super happy. I just want to, again, I started with TypeScript. When was that? Let's have a look. When did I start with TypeScript? No. Wait, is it user? Yeah, it's user. Okay. When did I start with TypeScript? Learns JavaScript. It was 1 month ago. So yes, my my JavaScript and TypeScript knowledge. I mean, I did a bit of like digging out with like, oh, okay, let's say 2 months ago. So I started with JavaScript 2 months ago, so my knowledge is still like absolutely basic. Okay, so if this is the way to do it, then I'm super happy. But if there's like a better way to like, I don't know. I know that like there's no casting in JavaScript because that doesn't make sense. It's just like things have like conform to interfaces that they conform to. So there's no need to like cast things really. But yeah. But yes, but that's, so it has casting, but it's not like in C++ where the casting actually like converts things. Or is it? Like if you want to convert thing, you call a method, this is like to string or to something, right? Like in C++, if you cast a thing, it will like in like most cases, it will actually change the value because that's why you are doing the cast. Okay. Interesting, but I think TypeScript will be unhappy with doing that, won't it? Because I have this like stupid double barrier, which is like, I know I can kind of do it in JavaScript where I can basically take a method and just slap it onto the object, right? But then TypeScript will just keep going, hey guy, like this is just an interface, like what are you doing? But yeah, maybe it will actually work. I think I might need to do... I think I might need to do some like testing of these more complicated things. The thing is, like, I never really, you know, in the things I used it before, I never really had the situations where the thing I'm deserializing is not just like a data blob. Like before, basically, when I was doing my chatbot, right? That one really just works by sending, like, when it calls serialize or deserialize, it's straight up like a structure that has no logic on it. It's just data. And then other things consume that, you know, and you know, work with that. But I never had the situation where I kind of want to like serialize an object that's basically a class, and you know, then oh, okay. So if you have a link, just put it in. I think I re-enabled links, so it should be fine. Okay. So we have build, disassemble, refill, repair. Build, disassemble, refill, repair, upgrade. Object assign. So I mean, so this is basically what I'm doing, but I'm just doing it in a much more verbose way. Okay. Okay, so this is with like a sure. Yeah, and this can be a static method. Okay, sure. Yeah, thank you. So yes, so this is pretty much what I'm doing with the modification of I don't have to do the expansion. Okay, cool. Although no, this will work. Okay, so this will work one way. Okay, so this gets interesting because I had the other way problem where since JSON stringify doesn't understand TypeScript classes and interfaces, and it will just stringify the entire object, then basically what happened was like the things I don't want to store in memory got stored in memory because it just got stringified, right? Model.prototype wait, what is model dot so dot prototype is a JavaScript thing. Oh, and you need to okay, sure. Okay. I get it. And yes, this was the other option that you know, I can just slap the methods onto the object. Yes, okay. So yeah, I think I will switch over not this one. Well, okay, either this one or the through the constructor thing at some point. But yes, I just need to be very careful because again, the object.assign will have the same effect as the JSON.stringify, as in it will it will assign all the things. So it's okay when I'm going from memory to my class, but the other way around, I need to be careful. Yeah, it's just that, like, yeah, when I'm serializing things, I need to be very explicit about what I actually want to keep in memory, because otherwise I just keep in memory stuff that I really like, weird recursive like structures and stuff. So that's yeah. Okay, but this is super helpful. Let me just bookmark this. Yeah, so it basically, I will simplify my constructor, but I expect my like serialized method to stay complicated, because that one needs to be very picky about what actually gets stored. But yes, thank you. This was super useful. So let's go to the code again. Okay, so the upgrade jobs this dot upgrade jobs. And well, this thing shouldn't. Okay, so I don't really need a default, but if not jobs, then I want to. What they're complaining about? Jobs is used before assigned. Well, that's poop. Okay. Because this needs to be or undefined. Yeah, now it's happy. Damn it. Object is possibly undefined. Okay, so because here I need to just get the hell out of this. So this will be continue because this is in a loop. Okay, continue. Okay, now it's not undefined and everything is fine. So okay, so let's just double check this. So we go through the steps in the current workflow. Each step has a job type, so we pick the correct list of jobs. And then we go over the jobs, try to find the correct job. And there's only one that has the specific target, because we have a job per target per type of job. Then we find the index of the creep, we splice it. If we don't find the index of the creep, then we have something broken in our data structures, so that shouldn't really happen. And either way, we want to get out of this for loop, because we just found the correct job that we want to modify and everything is fine. Okay, so this should be fine. So this should be in our main, at the end of our main. And I'm getting the feeling that the thing I need to do next week is just do bigger factoring of all the code. But it's good, because I think with this scheduler, I will be able to get rid of a lot of code. So fancy, wait, it's called fancy job scheduler dot on creep dev. So it will be name and then memory.creeps name. Okay. So this is the one way. So this is when the creep dies. Okay. When the job disappears. Okay. So if that happens, so that's actually happening here, where we update the jobs. So in the refresh build jobs and refresh structure jobs. So if it is now, so if we don't find the job target anymore, then job dot, yeah, so for creep of job creeps, yeah, for what? So this is a creep, okay, name, creep name of creeps. What we want to do, we want to go to memory, creeps, creep name, and technically this can be it should never be undefined, but okay, so if we have the memory, then what you want to do is remove the current workflow from the creep, which will basically tell the creep that it's free again. So current workflow equals undefined. But I also want to just log the something is broken error over here. So just copy this because it will be a similar message. Yeah, so inconsistent state, creep name, not, no, so this will be not found, but inconsistent state, creep does not have okay, give me a second. Objective room position, serialized objective. Okay, so you have like an explicit memory object. Okay, yeah, so yeah, this is basically how I implemented my chatbot. It basically was like this, like there's this like data object that's the actual memory piece. But yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Yeah, I'm just, you know, it's me pushing the envelope. Like I always kind of want to figure out weirder things to do. So I'm basically trying to figure out, like, is there like a cleaner and like a fancy way to do this? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so yeah, so Quesnos, this is actually very close to what I'm doing in some pieces of the code. The only like slight hitch was I was trying to figure out if I can basically create the instances of this object that like basically write directly to memory in an easier way, I guess you would say. But yes, this, and yes, I should basically, what I should be doing, I shouldn't be like making the copies. I should just basically point myself at the correct memory, and it would be basically what you are doing. Yes. But yeah, cool inspiration, definitely. Creep does, okay, so this was the creep doesn't have the workflow, even though we think it should have. Have the expected job workflow. Creep name, damn it. Should have a workflow set. Okay, that's the actual error. Okay. So yes, so here we just wipe the creeps workflow, and so this is the other side. So this is this. Oh, and actually no, slightly more complicated because this thing. So this, where the heck is it? Yes, this entire else actually needs to be replicated here, 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 and here. Yes. Okay. Okay, let me just catch up with the chat. Yeah. Hmm. But yeah, having the memory, like data blob in the class, that actually might be the cleanest way to do it. I mean, I still will need the serialization, deserialization for cases where I have like maps and stuff, but that's kind of becoming less and less frequent right now. So yeah. Okay. So what did I press right now? That was weird. Okay, so now I want to make the repair job workflow. Yeah. Okay, so the needs doing. Yeah, so let's just implement this for repair, and that's it. And yes, I will change this immediately because this will be very silly. I don't want all the repair jobs to return true all the time. Now, I was thinking about this. I'm not sure if I actually want to have this method here. Because I mean, what do I need to know? Okay, so all I really need to know for a thing to happen is the current workflow is at 0, target, and type. Okay. Now, yes, but this is not... Okay, then this is not the method of a job, definitely. It can be a static method on a job. But honestly, this should really just to be a free function because this really isn't related to... I mean, it is related to a job, but it's not like related to a job. So, okay. Give me a second. So we are not switching over this type. Yep, okay. So what we basically want, like, work atoms which will return done, failed, working. So basically these work atoms would be like repair this thing with an ID. And I want that thing to return either it's done, as in, and that can be actually multiple things. It could be that the repair itself is done, or the repair isn't done but the creep is out of energy. It could be failed, as in we failed to path to the target, and working would be something happened but we are still not done. Yeah. So basically the atom will be based on the type. Okay, so you know what? I will move it back into the job, but I will make it a static method on the job. So this will be do workflow step. And I don't think I want this thing to be returning a boolean. So the entire workflow can have done, failed, done, failed, working, is that it? Okay, so now it kind of depends on okay, just catching up with the chat. It requires amount of supporting code. Okay, so the initialization is cool. Actions and behaviors. Alright, let me just remind myself what are push down automata. Oh, so the impulse is okay, sure. So I don't think I really need that. So these are really workflows. I'm just trying to figure out basically I guess the question is, do I, like on the outside, do I want to just do like do workflow step creep, or do I want to do something like do like while do workflow step creep node equals or I guess retry, yeah, something like this. So there's the thing is, it really depends when we detect that we are done. And I'm not sure how easy. So for now, I think if it failed, I don't want the creep to go to the next step. I rather would like the creep to be rescheduled. So this really depends on how exactly we detect that the step is that like we need to go to the next step. So imagine a situation. So I'm repairing something, right? And if I do the repair, I can basically check if it's done after my action, right? Or I actually cannot do that, right? Like, because the action happens. When do the actions actually happen? Okay, give me a second. That's actually a good question. So when I call like something repair, right? Like creep, where is it? Creep. Come on, where are you? Repair. So when I call something like this, does it happen immediately when I call this code and the state is reflected for the other creeps? Because that actually matters now for me. Like, if I guess the question I'm asking is, if I call repair, is it just scheduling the repair to happen like keep node job? No body part. So okay, just tell me. I think it happens immediately. So if I call a thing like a repair that's changing the state of the world, is that a thing that happens synchronously and immediately, or is it like scheduling that action for later? I'm expecting that it happens immediately, but I'm not 100% sure that's the case. Okay, so yeah, you are still talking about your system. Okay, so if you know, please do tell me. I will just move on for now. I will kind of build it with the idea that it happens immediately. I think it happens immediately. But yes. So in that case, if it happens immediately, I can detect that the thing is done. Okay, so where... Okay, so this will be static. So where do I actually want to place the workflow atoms? I guess for now I can just put them here. Okay, wait a second. Why is this? Oh, because I changed the method. Oh, okay. Okay, so I will only observe the changes on the next tick. Okay, so yeah, that was the important information. Okay. Good to know. So then I kind of prefer this style, because what happens is, this is basically, if the creep kind of figures out that, okay, like I'm done with the current step, it will internally switch to the next step and it will return retry, which means that this external while loop will basically jump to the, will run it again. And now the creep is on the next step and it will do the work for the next step. Okay, yeah. Let's do it this way. So yeah, so this will be done, failed, working, retry. And I guess for the outside code, really the only thing that matters is the retry. We will not be redoing anything with failed right now, so that's fine. So yeah, let's do the workflow atoms. So we need a workflow atom for picking up resources. So and yeah, that's actually another big thing that I have kind of skipped over right now. Is picking up resources. So where do I have it? Come on. Okay. Energy deposit, build logic, disassembly, repair, pick up resources logic. Okay. So the thing is, now we actually do have yeah, so okay, these are actually two different things. There's the pickup and there's the withdraw. Okay. Yes, okay, so this needs a change over in my interfaces. Job scheduler state, word tag is, yeah, this thing. Okay, so job type energy. So this will not be job type energy. This will be job type job type pickup and job type withdraw. Yes, because these are two different things. Yeah. So, oh yes, and I want to change the job interface. Yeah, this thing. So it will not have the do creep thing anymore. And that should make TypeScript happy. Yeah, it did. Okay. Okay. So for now, okay. So if I don't have a workflow, so creep memory, current workflow. So if I don't have this, or if I do have it and length is 0, which I'm not sure is if this actually, if the OR is required, probably isn't, but yeah. In that case, I just return done. Oh yes, I need to actually create an enum for that. So enum, well, because we will be serializing this. No, we will not be serializing this. This is just an internal thing. Okay, so I can have a proper enum. So export enum workflow workflow state. Workflow state. So we will have workflow done. Workflow. What was the state? Damn it. Failed working retry. Okay. Failed workflow retry and working. Yeah, so the thing is, I'm very explicitly trying to disable the find closest by range from the creep side. I really want the scheduler to do all the like smart scheduling logic, and the creep should just be, oh, I need to go here and do that, and that's it. Okay, workflow state, workflow done. Okay, so if you have nothing, and yes, this needs to return workflow state. Yes. So if we have nothing in our workflow, we are just done. So then if we do have a workflow, okay, if we do have a workflow, then we need to switch over the first step of the workflow. Switch over the type. And again, for now, let's just do the repair. That will be the only thing that we do. Oh yeah, and I need the case job pickup, and yeah, these two I will need for sure. So case pickup, case job type withdraw. Yes. Now okay, so I will need, yeah, let's just make simple functions over here. So function do withdraw, function do pickup. I just make them like this, and function do repair, and this will probably need to move to a separate library because just for cleanup reasons. Yeah, I mean, you are right. The thing is, what I'm kind of thinking is, like, I want to kind of have static priorities and then basically have ways to subvert those. So have like an override thing on top of that. But for the most part, I think things should just go by static priorities. Even though it sometimes may not make sense. Because there's a lot of complication with, like, if resources are on the ground, they are decaying, like, do you take that into account? And yeah. But yeah, I mean, the good thing is this structure doesn't necessarily like prohibit me in, like, to merge things in the future. So that's good. Okay. Step done. Workflow step failed. Workflow step working. Okay. Okay. And for now, let's just have this return done. Okay, so what you want to do is get the state. So this will be do pickup, and then if the state is workflow step state done. Okay, so if it's failed, it's easy. So workflow step failed, then just return workflow state failed. So if we fail, we are out. If it's done, then we want to be returning either done or retry. But in either case, what we want to do is creep.memory current workflow splice 0 1 and then based on if the length is 0, yes, so creep.memory current workflow length is 0, then we want to return workflow state done. Otherwise we want to return workflow state retry. Yes, and I think I'm trying to think how to make this less awkward. So it's almost like this should be a callback that I pass into a function. Yeah, I think I will need to play with the priorities for sure. I don't really foresee like this being stable enough to so I never have to touch it. But the good thing is, so on the scheduler side, it's just arrays of jobs. So technically, there's nothing preventing me from just like picking the top 5 jobs out of, you know, all the jobs. I mean, they are still categorized by the type of the job in their arrays, but there's nothing like, since job is a job, that's the abstraction I use. I can actually do this kind of logic. I can have a, you know, cost function or whatever, and just pick like the top jobs. Okay, so how will I structure this so it's a bit cleaner? Because this will just basically keep repeating itself in all of these. Yeah, I think what I actually want to have here is static get step by type, and this will return. Okay, how do you write function types in JavaScript? TypeScript return, come on, return function, returning a function. What? This is not returning a function. What the hell is this page talking about? What the hell? That was weird. Yeah, I think this is the correct syntax. Okay. So it's the parameters and then the return. So this will be workflow state. A function whose declared type is in, okay, so this actually needs to return stuff. That's fine. Get by type. Okay, so the type, sure. So type is what do we call it? Job type or something? That's my types definition. Ten till 6. I mean, that's kind of okay. That's only 8 hours. I'm pretty sure I was at school for longer than 8 hours. Well, you know, you need to study hard to be smart. Okay, So Zos, so the thing is, like, the logic you are describing, I want that logic to be part of the scheduler. So the scheduler goes, hey, you have like resources on the ground close by, just go and pick them up and, you know, use them however you want. I mean, okay, I kind of get your point. Yes. Yeah, so I'm still not 100% convinced I actually want to do that. Because the actual problem is, unless I have like a lot of creeps, and I mean a lot, within a tick, like if a creep becomes available, right? Pretty much there will never be a situation where multiple creeps become free workers at like in the same tick. It will be super rare. So doing like these type of prioritizations where, you know, there are jobs that like high priority jobs that need to be done, I will not have that much flexibility in like picking by distance, because that's what I'm doing right now, and that's basically making my creeps like freak out all over the place because they keep like switching, like the priorities keep flipping. There's basically thresholding happening, as in like a small change causes like all the creeps to go one way and then the other way. And I really don't want that to be happening. I really want to kind of lock down a creep to just go and do a thing so the thing actually happens. Yes, but I guess what we are debating is like, I'm more thinking about the global optimum. You are kind of talking about the local optimum. Like, you know, if you locally optimize where one creep should go to pick up resources, that might not be optimal from like the overall perspective. And the thing is, I cannot give you an answer like which one is better right now. Maybe the local optimum actually will be, you know, the best you can do. But I'm not convinced right now. And I guess we will see, you know, that's part of the fun. But I totally get your point. Like, yes, like it's one way to do it. I don't want to do it that way very explicitly. And I completely forgot what I was doing. Yeah, okay, I wanted to grab the job types. Yes, this thing. It doesn't like this. It's not assignable to type. Ah, so this should be work of step state. Yes, indeed. And this should be job type. Yep.
Welcome back.
So okay, so it's first message in this stream, and yes, maybe that's not obvious. Yeah, I need to actually have a stream where I improve my chatbot, because right now it's kind of stupid and silly and not very useful. But yeah, it's on the to-do list, with me figuring out if I want to press the button to become affiliate, enabling then the like channel points and whatever stuff like that. So yeah, like all this stuff is kind of on my to-do list. Okay, I don't want debuild, I want do build. So this will be return do refill. But yes, having a map is also an option. Do repair. Return do disassemble. Return do upgrade. Is that, I think I'm missing one. Yeah, I'm missing one bracket. Yep. So, and this is misspelled. Okay. So now I just need to create these. Do disassemble, function do build. So, well, the good thing about TypeScript is you might notice that this thing is not highlighting anymore, that it's missing return on some like flow. But if I do this, now it's complaining. So this is the beauty of TypeScript. If you have strong types, you don't have to do default log unknown job. You know, compilers is the next generation technology. Only like 50 years old. Yes. So yes. Okay. So this will. You can definitely screw yourself, but it will basically. Like the only way that can actually happen is if you do like some sort of conversion from any to something specific without checking. You can basically like have the TypeScript compiler skip over things. And if you take like JSON, deserialized JSON, like by default it just is, any type. So that's the exact place where you need to be super careful. But unless you do like weird stuff where you like change the types or something, there should be never a case where this breaks. But yes, like you need to be super careful about checking like what you like deserialize from a string, because at that point like the TypeScript has like no information. And I mean, okay, I can actually show you like when this kind of becomes the worst case. So this is from my chatbot. So the YouTube integration over here. So basically when I get a response from YouTube from their API, what I kind of need to do is this stuff. If it's undefined, or the first item is undefined, or the dot thing is undefined, or that thing is undefined, then just throw an error. Otherwise, just mangle it so it's either a 0 or an actual value, and now I have a valid object. I don't know that one. What does that do?
Delete. Tell me, what does that do? What does the 2 question mark operator do?
Oh, so if it's undefined, that it will get the default value? Or also null? Oh. Wait, what do you mean nest? So, okay. This is blowing my mind again. Give me a second. So, are you telling me that over here, when I do this kind of crazy shenanigans, I could do something like let x equals resp.data.items 0.live streaming details 0? Something like that? Oh, I need to have the question marks? Come on, you cannot just say maybe. That's rude. You cannot like make me excited and then say maybe. That's very rude of you. Come on. Such a letdown. But anyway, like, thank you for telling me about this. I did not know that this thing exists at all. Okay, so source chord or chord, I don't know which way you actually read that. You guys love C#? Who loves C#?
You Microsoft shills. Okay, I should shut up. TypeScript is also Microsoft.
Okay. Yeah, okay. But if you guys have like a link for the question mark operator, like more details on how you do like the nesting, I just said it like yeah, okay, you know, TypeScript is also Microsoft. Okay, yeah, you know, I admit it. Well, okay, it's not .NET, it's Mono that's available on Linux, right? And that's like a re-implementation-ish. But yeah, I mean, yes. I have to admit, I just don't like languages like Java and .NET and stuff like that. But yeah, that's a personal thing. So okay, so here, so since we now have the switch elsewhere, what we can do is state is get step by type from this thing and just call it, and now we can do this logic over here, and we can just do it once. We don't have to repeat it for all the different job types. Okay, let's have a look. This is interesting. So optional chaining. Okay. Immediately stop running some some expression if you run into null undefined. The star of the show is optional chaining. Yep. Okay, so it will basically make it into an undefined if any way on the path there's an okay. That's already a big improvement. Okay. And I guess okay, then I guess after that I can do the double question mark stuff. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So basically in this code, let's just jump into an example, right? Because that makes it easy. So what I could do here is let x equals, and then it would be resp.data.items question mark dot 0 question mark. Does that work? I don't actually know. Live streaming details question mark no, that's too much. Question mark 0, something like that, maybe. Yeah, I'm not quite sure if this is exactly correct, but something like this, right? Especially not sure about this part specifically. This looks kind of weird. But yeah. This is cool. Okay, so I mean this is definitely a thing to kind of clean up this code base. Okay, cool. So then actually let me go just here. So wait, I don't have any. I do have stuff in my readme. I was like, what? Why is my readme empty? Go. Yeah, let's just make a to-do over here. Clean up now checks using what do they call that? They call it optional chaining. Yeah. Let x equals a dot b dot c or default value. Perfect. Yes, there's definitely something I will pick up at some point. Right, so let's just go back to this. We have state, we check. So again, if the step failed, the workflow failed, which is cool. Actually, at that point, if the thing fails, do I want... I'm not sure if I want to just like give up on the workflow in memory as well. Probably yes. Yeah, I think that actually kind of makes sense. So okay, so if we have step done, then we remove the step. If we don't have any more steps, we are done. Otherwise, we do retry where the outside code needs to like do it again, which will basically force the next step to actually do something. And so if we have failed, if we have done, and otherwise we just have working. What was the types that I put in? I have done, failed, retry, working. Okay. No, sorry, those are the workflow states. Yes, working. This one. Yeah, and so we can just write this here. So we are in working, so return workflow state, working, and yeah, I think we are done with this logic. Ah, yeah. So that's a thing I have been actually using extensively in my chatbot. Is there's like bunch of optional fields, and they just don't get set, and then based on which fields are set or not on the other side of the JSON. What is it? Parse? No, damn it, my brain is shutting down. You know what I'm talking about. On the other side of the network, then based on the things that get deserialized, you can figure out things. Okay. So we have the get step by this. Needs doing. Okay, so we still need to write this needs doing, and I really need to sit down. Okay, just a second. Okay, everything seems fine. So, why is this thing creaking? It's like brand new. What the heck? Yeah. So we need the needs doing thing, and we need the actual steps implemented. So fortunately the steps will be very simple. It will basically, can I do the job from where I'm standing? If not, move to the target, and that's basically it. Also, and these actually need the job target thing. Yeah, so these need these things. So do withdraw will be energy entity ID, target energy entity ID, do pickup target energy entity ID. Actually, I should split this up. So I had these together because I just had the energy under one thing, but actually what I want is resource ID. Well, for that I don't need to invent anything. I already have that. Okay, so let's just split this up. So just remove the ID resource from here, and the energy entity ID will be just for withdraw, but pickup will be just ID resource. Yeah, let's do it that way. So repair, it will be have target, so this will be repair entity ID. Disassemble will have disassemble entity ID. Build will have build entity ID. Oh, it's so good when I'm actually consistent with my naming, and it's not like each of the elements is using like a different syntax. Refill entity ID. Target for upgrade will be upgrade entity ID. Okay, so that's all good. Now I need to update this thing because now this is taking this will be taking job entity. No, what the heck was the I have a global job target ID. Okay. But TypeScript is not happy about this, which is annoying. Job target ID is not assignable to type. Wait, shouldn't this be the other way around? It's saying that job target. Oh, sorry. Job target ID is not assignable to type ID resource. Which, yes. But I'm This is weird. I would kind of think that this would be the other way around. But I guess what it's complaining about is that if I return this function with the job target ID, then when this gets called, the job target ID would have to be assigned to ID resource, which actually does make sense. Okay. Sure. That's okay. I will just make this job target ID. That's not a big deal. Okay. Oh yes, and now we actually need the target, and the target over here is creep.memory.current workflow 0.target. Yep. Okay. So we have all this stuff. Okay, so let's just write some simple needs doing. So if we have a repair and game.getObjectById this dot target as let's just make only repair of. Wait, if I do it as a structure, s dot hits max and hits. Okay, so I can just do it as structure. That's fine. So if s, which should always be the case. So if s return, otherwise return false. Yeah. So return s dot hit max minus s dot hits is bigger. Yeah, it's so the deficit is bigger than, let's say, 500. And this one needs like a proper logic over here, but this is just to kind of test it that it's working. So yes, now I actually need to do these things. And yes, I will need to pick up these pieces. So this is pick up. Oh yeah, I also need a creep, right? That's a bit of an important thing over here. Yeah, so this should be getting a creep and the thing. So creep, and then this needs a creep as a first parameter. Creep of type creep. Yep. Let's just put it everywhere. Okay, so creep. Okay, I need to actually find the drop by the ID. So this will be let drop equals game dot get object by ID. Now this can be technically null, so if not drop, then return workflow step state failed. And actually, do I want to log this? Probably. I mean, pickups can okay, so this should be actually as resource ID as resource, yes. So drop is just stuff on the ground. And yeah, I will just copy this thing and put it over here. So inconsistent state creep creep.name was unable to find its target. Not find its how do I say this? Creep name is trying to target non-existent ID, and yeah, the ID over here is just target. Okay. And pick up. So what I want to then do, so if creep dot oh, actually that's not a failed situation for a drop. That's actually a done situation. Because if we picked up everything, I think this is actually the branch we will hit, because there will be no resource on the ground. So at that point we should actually return done. And the other case where we want to return done is creep dot if creep dot where's the like carrying capacity? It's like this dot store dot get free capacity is 0, then also return workflow step state step done. So if the thing we want to drop things from is already completely exhausted or it decayed, then we return done. If we are full, we return done. Otherwise we just try to do stuff, which means that we just move to the try to pick it up. If not, then we just move to it and we return workflow working. Okay, now okay, so this will this will actually make the scheduling interesting, because this never returns failed. So I think what I might want to do is, if I'm sending a creep to pick up resources from the ground, I might give it like a second location as a backup, almost. Because basically the idea is that it will go pick up the thing from the ground, and then if it's like still not full enough, I might want to send it elsewhere. And there also might be a reason to not just do capacity equals, like free capacity equals 0. Okay, so let's just make these nodes down. So nodes, when scheduling, we might want to give this creep additional sources of energy as backup. Now, I mean, obviously, if my scheduling is perfect, then, you know, no need to do this, because the like a perfect scheduler would just go, yes, I know that when you reach that point, there will be exactly this many energy remaining, and this will be enough for you to pick up, and that's it, you know. But unless we reach that point, which, you know, I might never, I might need to do some fancy crap here. Well, not in this routine, but like when I'm actually like deciding which of these I want to put on the creep. So yes, when scheduling, I might want to do that. And then secondly, we might want to also store energy required on the job, on the creep. I mean, generally, I will want the creep to full, but maybe sometimes no. And yeah, let me just check up with damn it, catch up with the chat. Okay. Okay, cool. And yes, I also thanks Rose for that, and I need to actually set up a bot that will mention the Discord and other links from time to time. Check to switch state from collection. Yeah, okay. So the thing is, like, some of these. So I think the energy required will really depend on the job, right? Like if I just need to like finish off a build, then maybe the energy required will be just like, yeah, like just go right here to the closest source and then just, you know, do the thing. But if I'm sending the creep to like other side of the room or to a different room, I might want to like fill it up 100%. So I think it really depends on the type of the job. But yes, it's definitely a thing to think about. So the withdraw will be actually similar. The withdraw... Okay, guys, don't fight in the chat. Don't be mean to each other. Where's the withdraw? Withdraw is here. And actually, one thing I should do. Drop pickup. Okay, let me just check the documentation for this, because for some of the return numbers, I might want to do something special. Pick up an item, dropped piece of, or a drop piece of energy, requires the carry body, the target has to be adjacent, blah blah. Yes, okay. So I can get not owner, Creep is still getting spawned. Yeah, that's another thing. I need to be careful about creeps being spawned and basically spamming jobs. That's good point. The target is not a valid object to pick up. Okay, so this thing I definitely want to check. Yeah, okay, so yes. Invalid target, definitely. That's a thing I definitely want to log. Yeah, so not much to see there right now, but I things are in the to-do list. That should be my motto. Like, things are on the to-do list. Else if res is error. What was the one that I cared about? Invalid target. No, invalid target. Yes. So in this case, I just want to do console log and then return actually failed. Yes, I want to return failed. So we actually do have a failed thing. Amazing.
Oh, hey, Atmon, welcome back.
So console log, for steps, and I want to just copy the log line. Where the this one, right?
Yes, I can recommend this very weird if I try.
I mean, if you guys are interested in crazy stuff like this, okay, let me just switch to this megaphone. Okay, more echo, more echo, more echo. You know, this is like I have knobs that I can change, and things are happening, and it's crazy, you know.
Pitch, I can be very high pitch, which sounds super weird.
And like the weird thing is, okay, so there's the pitch, right? Pitch, and then there's gender. So this is like gender on one side, which is kind of, I don't know, and then gender on the other side, on the other side, on the other side. I don't know if this is gender. This doesn't sound like gender knob. Okay, maybe, I don't know. What do I know? Yeah, so it's lots of fun. Yes, more helium, less helium. It's the best description ever. Oh man. Amazing. Okay, inconsistent state for, yes, I have the creep, so it's the creep name. Invalid target for a pickup job. Target, yep. Cool. So then the do withdraw is pretty much this, except yes, we want to do the const container equals game get object by ID. Yeah, just FYI, like if you are watching, guys, and have any questions, I'm super happy to like explain stuff. I kind of get it because, you know, it's like I'm in the middle of a pretty complicated piece of code, so people are like, what the hell is even happening, probably. But yeah, I'm, you know.
Hello and welcome.
So the current state, you need to be more specific. Current state of what? So current state of my scheduler is we are getting there. So right now I'm writing the actual steps. So I'm writing the do withdraw, which actually does the, you know, go to a place where you can get resources and get those resources. And it's basically these like work atoms, which is like the creep knows exactly where it needs to go and what it needs to do, and this is just the logic to do it. So that's what's happening right now. Once this is done, and I will just write it for the pickup, withdraw, and repair, I will actually test it for the repair, so I will have a creep. What is the game state? Right. So this, I'm not making a game. It's a common misconception that somehow creeps up. I don't know why. So this is an existing game that you can play by coding in it. Okay, good. So since we clarified that, what is the game state is then a very confusing question. Are you referring to like the game object, or like what's the state of my AI, or sorry, it gets very, state is a very, oh okay, sure. My current state is I'm still in 2 rooms. I'm still waiting on this thing to die, and it's getting there. It has decayed to level 3. Come on, why is this not opening? Yeah, the web UI is a bit wonky sometimes. So this is I already basically destroyed 2 people. One of them was basically doing nothing. This guy was actually like having solid, you know, setup. So yeah, it's getting there. It's decaying, you know, slowly. And once this actually decays, I can grab it, then I will be expanding into this room, and I will have 3 proper rooms with 2 like mining rooms in between them. So actually no, I didn't. I don't actually remember what the hell happened, but I like his economy was going basically perfectly, and suddenly I looked at this room, and like none of his creeps were alive and none of his towers were full. So I just went in, dismantled the spawn, and that was it. It was a very short attack. And if you are still here, have a good time, Rose, and sorry for responding so late. Yeah, so already some fun stuff definitely happened. I really don't know what happened to this guy. The thing is, like, this area gets attacked by the neutral creeps all the time. So maybe somehow something screwed up in his logic where he like wouldn't respawn small workers if like the workers died or something. I don't know. But yes, I just took advantage of a, you know, good situation. Those are my creeps, not his creeps. So this is my creep that's trying to, like, it's the thing that has the claim parts, and this is my scout. Yeah, so it wasn't, it's kind of this like, oh, I defeated this guy by, letting him basically destroy his economy by himself and just taking over the area. It's like, it's basically, you know, a hostile takeover of a company. It's like the company basically bankrupts itself and they're just like come in, oh yeah, I will buy you for $1, thank you. It's pretty much that kind of situation. But yes, I will have a nice new area once this final, like, but this has been decaying for like more than a week. It's insane. Like his control was like level 8 or something. It's nuts. But yeah, we are getting there. We are definitely getting there. And I really like this area. There's lots of good stuff around. And I definitely want to do some fancy with these surrounding areas. Maybe some attack the creeps. Kind of getting scared of this guy because he keeps just expanding very aggressively over here. And he is like a big player, so yeah. I mean, also December is close. And you know, when December hits, I will start playing on the seasonal server. I mean, I will still be like maintaining this. But yeah. Yeah. But I mean, he's claiming rooms around and, you know, doing stuff. So, you know. Oh, really? So do you have the link to the website? Okay, so let's go back to the withdraw. So this will be a similar logic over here. So if the container doesn't exist, so this is actually, in this case, this will actually be a failure because if the scheduler schedules the container goes away, then there's something wrong for sure. Then if the creep is full, then it's done. And I guess if the container is empty, as structure storage or structure container, right? So if it's store dot get store dot energy dot, yeah, that's just a number, store dot energy. Okay. Interesting. Where the heck am I actually? I'm like wait. I don't even remember where my room is. E26S2. Okay. E26. Wait. What? How are these numbered? What? Oh, it goes from like center? Oh, so E. So that's like east 26 S2. What? God, this is so confusing. Yeah, so this is close to me somewhere here. So there's like no alliances. Well, I guess this one is close. Yeah, I'm in this square, I think. Okay. Let's bookmark. Energy equals 0. So if we're out of energy, then also we'll step down. Yep. Okay, otherwise pick up energy and workflow step working. Const res is this. Oh no, too much. Just try to withdraw, and then if this is not in range, then move to the thing. Otherwise, let's just check what the withdraw can fail with. I expect there will be something like invalid target and stuff like that. So withdraw. Your orders started. Busy, not enough resources. Okay, so this one actually is else if res is this thing, then we are actually done. Step state workflow done. Okay, if it's an invalid target, then it's a failure. If we are full. Okay, so full is also done. Yes. What? Is it just error full? Oh yeah, it is. Okay. That was like surprisingly short suddenly. So I have heard about Tiga. Is Tiga bot like a thing, like a GitHub repo that has code already or something? Or is Tiga bot just the name of Tiga's bot, or? Ah, right, okay. Okay, not enough resources, full, then this thing is done, not in range, invalid arcs. Okay, I don't care about invalid arcs, but the invalid target definitely, okay. Not enough resources. Yeah, I don't know if I'm putting any like personal biases into this code base. That would be interesting thing to think about. If it's invalid target, then it's failed. Workflow step state failed. And we need the log again. Okay, so this should be, let's just run through this again. So we try to find a container, which is either a storage or container. If we don't find it, then there's something obviously wrong because the container doesn't exist anymore and there's some sort of misscheduling or the thing was destroyed. Get free capacity. So if we don't have any capacity, we are done. If the container is empty, we are done. Then we try to withdraw. If it's not in range, then we just move to it and we return working. If we withdraw and it actually succeeded, then we also return working, which is correct. If we don't have enough resources in the container or we are full, which should be technically already caught before, but I can imagine there are some corner cases, so we anyway return done in that case. And if it's an invalid target, then it's a failure. Okay. Man, these are way more complicated than I thought they would be. Ah, okay, interesting. So he like walks through an area and leaves it empty, and then people spawn there, like new people spawn there. Sure. That's quite interesting. Yeah. Okay, workflow step state, workflow step done. Right, so the do repair. Let's just copy it from the common stuff again. So I should have a repair somewhere here. Repairable GKS. And right, okay, so this will be again the same idea. We get the structure, and actually I should just make this const. Why am I making this non-const? So this will be as structure. Yeah, we try to repair. If it's not in range, then we try to move to it. So actually, maybe since I'm already doing this stuff, I might want to so if res is okay, else. So if we succeeded to pick up creep dot, probably not say, how do you do like the visual stuff? Is it say? Specific message for antic, you can read. Yes, I think the say is correct thing to do. Okay. Pick up. Okay, so let's find like good emojis. Okay, there's like a broom emoji. Okay. Okay, and then withdraw. Creep.say, What will be... Yeah, let's do an ATM. Wait, what? Why eggplant? Why would that be eggplant? Okay, so then if... Yeah, this will basically be very similar logic over here. Actually, okay, so I think I also want to look if the container is destroyed or something. So inconsistent A, creep, unable to find target. Yes. I mean, you are not wrong there. Eggplants are amazing, but what does it have to do with picking up resources? You probably... Wait. I'm trying to think if... No, like eggplants are like tomatoes, right? They're like on vines. You don't like pick them up, you like... What do you call it? Or maybe it's called... Is it called picking up as well in English? I don't even know what's the correct like English word for that. So if we don't have the structure, that's a failure. If we have the structure, okay, so const result of the repair. So if we succeed, then just Screeps.say, and for this we want like a branch or something. Yeah, this one and this one can be then built. Actually, do I... Because these look very similar, I might want to use like this type of thing for repair, and then building will be just a hammer. Well, let's use this one for now and we'll see how it looks. Oh, but since it looks like this in my ID, it might not be that nice. We'll see. So if it's not in range, we move to it. Then else, right, what are the other possibilities? So on repair, no owner busy, not enough resources, creep does not carry any... Oh, so okay, so this actually, yes, this is a good point. So if creep.store.energy is 0, then we are done. And if we still see it over here, then we are also done. Okay, then there can be invalid target. Yeah, I'm checking for the body parts part because... I mean, technically that can happen, but I'm really hoping I will not screw up that much. So yes, invalid target. So this is for step working, not done. Let me just double check if I didn't screw that up. No, okay, so this is cool. But actually, maybe I actually want to change the logic a little bit. So let's return working only in OK or when we move. And I guess I'm also not really checking the move to correctly. Workflow state failed, and then return workflow state failed. Yeah, so I guess I actually then don't need to check for this one. Yeah, let's just have it this way. Okay. So by default we fail, and we just check for the cases where we don't fail. Yeah. This means I'm not really logging in this case, but I think this is a more correct way of doing this. Yeah, so let's just remove this, and everything that I don't explicitly check for is just a failure, and that's it. Oh, you mean fire here? I was like, what fire? What? Where? Okay, working. Okay. So yes, by default we fail only in the cases where we actually succeed or we move to the thing we are working. Now this can technically log the creep in like infinite state of trying to move but being unable to. But for now that's kind of okay. Yeah, actually, if I do it that way, it will be much easier, won't it? Although, I still need to really check for these, because the code that I'm calling is not using exceptions. Yeah, no, I think this is fine. Okay, so we have most of the pieces ready to have like repairman running around and doing stuff. I still need the actual scheduler code that basically assigns something to a creep. So yeah, so the TypeScript stuff is all just and you know, explicitly about the returns. So oops, sorry, what am I doing? And they actually like are very diligent because this is TypeScript. So you like, if you, okay, let me show you here. Where is that thing? Up over here. So you can actually see the potential return values that you can get out of this through these, you know, ORs. The problem is it's kind of hard to read because, you know, these are just numbers. So if this was like symbolic enums, it would be way better, but yeah, it is what it is. Yeah. Okay, so job scheduler, now you actually need to schedule things. So I need like a method that's like on creep available or something like that. Available. So this will be a creep. And is that it? I think that's kind of it. Okay. So since we are only doing repairs right now, so for right. So we go over the repair jobs. Okay. So how do we do this? Now we are starting with the actual scheduling logic. So for now, I just want to have something very simple. Let repair of repair this dot repair jobs. And I think what I will do for now is just have one creep on the job. Yes, so if repair dot needs doing and repair dot creeps dot length is 0, then what I want to do is creep dot memory dot current workflow will be and just remind me, so current workflow is based on workflow steps, and workflow steps was in my type definitions. So job type and job target ID. Okay. So we are getting there, but yeah. Okay. So type. Wait a second. Type will be job type repair, and target will be repair dot. Actually, what am I doing? I can do this easier. I can just do repair. Yeah. Now this is not yet correct. Okay, give me a second. I just need to how do I switch myself into pause notifications? Right. Okay, that should be enough. Okay. So creep memory current workflow. So I don't want just the repair. I also want to pick up resources. So now this gets fancy because I need to basically make up a pickup job. And I think what I will do for now, yeah, the problem is this basically needs to be integrated with the resource scheduler, and the resource scheduler right now isn't ready for that. Because it only remembers things for one loop, and I need this thing to be more consistent. So I don't really want to have, well, I will have a scheduler per room, and then basically remote rooms have kind of like the room responsible for managing them. But right now I have a resource scheduler. It's this thing. It's basically making sure that there's like creeps actually go and pick up things where they can pick them up. But it's very simple. So I think what I will do for now is actually creep.room.find find storage. No, find what do you call it? I can do find storage directly. I thought I could because there's only one storage, no? Oh, it's room.storage. Okay. Yeah, I knew there was like a... Okay, right. Storage.id. Okay. Oh, come on. Don't... Sure. So, if not, then just return. Ah, come on. Okay, but what I want is const pickup target to be creep.room.storage.id. And here what I will do is job withdraw with the creep.room. What am I doing? Pickup target, yes. Okay. And this is not happy about stuff. Why? Oh, because this should be an object, not yep. And yes, okay, so I need to do type and target like this. Okay, now it's okay. Yeah, I was using an array instead of an object for whatever reason. I think it kind of means I should be wrapping up for today because my brain is starting to shutting down. I cannot even speak anymore. What the heck? Right. So yeah, so this should be fine. So it basically will give the creep a workflow that's go to the storage for this room, pick up resources, and then go repair. Okay. So we just need to do this. In our main. So how exactly will we integrate this together? So if there is a creep that has a role smart worker, we want to do while it was this one, like the do step thing, right? Or where the heck is it? It was on the job. Where did I put that? Oh, but job is not exported. Okay, export class job. Yes. Okay. Do workflow step. Right. So while fancy scheduler.job dot do workflow step on a creep is fancy scheduler dot workflow state dot retry. Okay, break. Yes, so if we have a smart worker, what we want to do, we just want to do the do workflow step on the thing, and if it returns workflow retry, we just do that until it does return something else. Now, I think I will not do the spawning today, but what I want to do is the actual, like, is the creep free? Actually, do I want to then do it here? Okay, can I do... If I do something like this. So while it's retry, and then over here, if state is fancy scheduler workflow state done, then we want to reassign it, or I guess even if it's failed. Yeah, but so okay, so the funny thing is, the smart worker is actually pretty dumb, because the other workers are actually like looking around the rooms trying to figure out what they should do. This guy is just, hey, I have a thing to do over there, I go there, I do a thing. So so yes, it's kind of inverted logic. Like, I'm calling the smart workers the dumb workers, and the dumb workers the smart workers. Okay, so if it's done or failed, then I want to go to my fancy scheduler, fancy job scheduler dot on creep available creep, and just to make sure, fancy creep dot memory dot current workflow equals undefined, to just wipe it. Or I guess just an empty array, not undefined. Okay, so if we have a smart worker, then we just try to do its workflow. Yeah, so this thing should actually be checking if there, yeah, so if the workflow is empty, it returns done, which is good. Okay. I think this should actually work, maybe? Okay. Let's just check that we correctly are setting up the fancy scheduler somewhere at the beginning. Okay, so I don't need a tick anymore because that was just for demonstration purposes. The serialize I want to put at the very end over here. And yeah, I'm really getting the feeling that I need to clean up my code next week, because this would be a kind of a good thing to do just before the season starts. Job scheduler, memory, job scheduler. Okay, so this should all kind of work. Okay, let's jump to my map first to just verify. So I suspect I might have an issue then over here. Yes, because my... Oh no, there's some energy in here. Not too much. Oh, we are getting attacked right now. Cool. Stuff is happening. We are killing this evil creep. Oh, they actually do take quite a lot of punishment. It's impressive. Also, it first goes through the tough parts and then it actually starts attacking the other parts. Okay, good to know. Fancy. Oh, what the heck is attacking my roads? What a bastard. And that. Cool. Right, so... And I have the stupid bug where my creeps are below the roads. What the heck? No, it's fine. Okay, so yeah, so this thing has some energy. So what I think, let's just pick this guy. Sure, so this guy has like 550 to live, so let's just grab it. Memory, this guy, so creeps dot this guy. Oh, so it's actually the selected one, sure. And you guys are now a smart worker. There you go. So he seems to be stuck. Well, okay, it's because I haven't pushed the code. Yes. My brain is amazing. Okay. So right now I'm in between two different systems. So the old system is actually 3 different systems. Okay, so the first system I had was literally I'm hard spawning specific job type workers. So I had like repairman, you know, builder and so on. So of course that was very inefficient because then you have workers that don't do anything if there are no jobs available from the type. Then I switched to worker roles and a very simple scheduler which basically goes and says, okay, like I want to have this many repairmen, this many builders at this point, and it basically gives the workers like specific sub roles, and then the workers go and try to find jobs. So the actual logic of finding specific jobs is on the workers. And the system that I'm doing right now, okay, let me remind myself because this has been a while. Job scheduler, repair jobs, refill, yeah, I think I just remember how many like jobs there actually are to like build stuff and so on, and then I have limits. So for example, for repair jobs, there are always more repair jobs usually than, you know, the number of creeps, but I have like a hard cap on each of the jobs, and that actually I have in memory. So let's just where's the, oh, this in this window. What am I doing? So if we go to like a room, in the room I have limits, and it's, you know, how many jobs for upgrade, build, refill. These limits are for spawning. So these are limits for spawning. You can see the leftovers of the old system where I had like specific builders and upgraders. Now I just have workers, and these are the limits on the jobs. So the magic number, so right now is just arbitrary, based on how I see, you know, things are behaving. Damn it, and I kind of make this window way too big, and now I cannot like minimize it. What the heck? Oh, okay, now it's fine. So now it's just like I set it to whatever I think works well. But the new system that I'm working on right now is even more smarter. So the problem with the current one, in this room it kind of works. The room where it doesn't really work is this one. And specifically that happens because there's a lot of swamp in this room. So the rows decay very quickly. And when they decay, it like triggers, and now everything is kind of stuck. What the hell? Is my, oh yeah, my logic is now completely broken. Needs doing is not a function. Okay. Interesting. Wait, needs doing is not a function. What the heck? Okay, sorry, I need to fix this first. Needs doing. Okay, needs doing is a function there. Repair job. Yeah, this might be related to how I actually build these jobs. The constructor. So I take in jobs. Yeah, the problem is, but I take them. I think the problem is actually with the. Is it with the constructor? Okay, I might need to roll back this code because I actually don't know what's happening. Let me just take this out. Yeah, I think I'm screwing up in the deserialization. Okay, so let me finish the explanation of things, and then I will go back to fixing that bug. So in this room, because the roads are on the swamps and they decay very quickly, what's kind of happening is that the creeps keep like changing their mind a lot, and you can see it right now. So these were actually upgrading the controller, but that now they are all going here to fill these extensions with energy. And that's a problem. Like there's like way too much of this kind of movement where they change their mind and move around. So the system I'm building right now is basically the scheduler tells the creep, hey, you should basically go there, pick up resources, and then go there and do a very specific thing. So there's like no, the only logic that's on the creep is just the pathing. There's no decision making on the creep itself, like what exactly it should be doing. And that's like that will help a lot with this room. Like you can see, like they're just like dancing around and they're blocking each other, then moving around, and it's just a mess. And it's all caused by the fact that like right now a specific job became a specific job actually became very high priority, so everyone is kind of trying to do that job very, you know, quickly. Yeah. And why the hell did this Screep step on the swamp? That was a very stupid idea. Okay, I don't know. So yeah, but let's just try to figure out what did I screw up in the logic. So yes, the problem is that when I initialize this object, so it's based on the memory job scheduler, but this thing has the jobs without the methods. So we are again running into this problem where I take just the data structure, yeah, it's going through the scheduler data impl. So this one still has the jobs, but then the scheduler data just has the job interface, which just has the job interface. Where is it? Here.
Hey, Big Z221, welcome to the channel.
And yeah, sorry, I just lost myself for a bit in the alerts and stuff. Right, I don't exactly use a job queue right now. It's more of a pool of jobs that where I like pick the jobs from. So it's kind of like all to be okay. So the exact way how it works is I remember all the potential targets for jobs, and then basically generate the jobs out of that based on priorities which are not set up at all right now. Okay, so the problem is that this is the interface. So this thing gets serialized, and then what I do, I just convert it into a job, but that's only happening on the TypeScript side. So the actual object will not have the method. Yes, I think that's actually that's the problem that was happening. So probably what I should be doing is yeah, this was the thing I talked about at the beginning of the stream. It's like this thing that has been breaking my brain with like the difference between interfaces and classes and how exactly that maps to JavaScript objects and what do you do with missing methods and whatnot. So the real tricky part here. Are you trying to say like my code looks good? Are you joking? Like this is a complete mess. How the hell do I fix this? Okay. So the core issue is I need to store. Okay, let's just step back a bit. So fundamentally what I have is this, right? So this is my data blob, right? I have the job type, I have the job target ID, and I have array of creep names. So this is the thing that I map job data object assign. maybe that might work. The problem I have is that in memory I have array of blob, right? But what I actually want to have is array of job, where job is blob plus methods. And I really want to have a, so the like storage is very clean. I just do, you know, this memory job scheduler equals, oh wait, here I'm actually making a copy. No, I'm not making a copy, because this thing is, yeah, okay, so it's just a simple assignment. That's what's happening when I'm like, serialization is nothing, it's just a simple assignment. But on the deserialization I need to get from the array of blob to array of job. Now I could technically do it over here. So you are saying map job data object assign new job data. Okay, so if I do basically build jobs, build jobs dot map, and in here I do object dot assign oh, so this returns a thing, okay. New job now this is a problem because my job constructor is actually taking flags. But the thing is, this is the place where the mismatch happens, because the job scheduler data is the interface, and this is where I want to basically store the job with the methods. But it's happening in the constructor. So this is the job scheduler, right? So this constructor takes the data. So this is actually the in-memory data, right? And what I do is super data age, data build jobs, data refill jobs, and so on. Okay. No, manually calling the constructor should be fine. But the problem I have is wait, like you cannot, can you have more, like multiple constructors? No, you cannot. You can have only one constructor, right? So the problem is I already have this constructor. I guess what I, yeah, so this is the problem that's screwing me, because I already have a constructor that's taking parameters, but I cannot put that into the map, right? Or I guess into the object design. Okay, I guess what I can do. I could have a constructor that takes the blob, right? I could have data job interface, and I need to move these things out. So what I actually want to do is over here I want to do, can I do something like this? Object dot assign new job. Oh, that still doesn't work, damn it. Because now I'm taking this thing. It's so annoying. Yeah, no, so this needs to not take anything. But now TypeScript will be screaming at me because these things are not initialized. Yeah. I need a constructor here. The question is, how will that look like? Okay, so sure, I will change it a bit then. So I will do this. And then do what you recommended. So this goes away. So then over here, I do build jobs.map job job, and then yeah, return new job, job dot target, job dot type, other way around I think actually. So type target and then job dot creeps. No, type Oh, it's target type, damn it. I was correct the first time. Yeah, and basically I need to do this for all of them. Yeah. Oh wait, this returns a new... Oh god, this is... this is becoming very, very awkward. I will really need to rethink what I'm doing here. But not today. Not today. Yes, I think I will need to change to the proposed idea of just having the data blob as a member. And then just having the class on top of that. So over here, I take as a parameter the array of blobs, and I just create a new array of... Yeah, that will be so much easier. Like, this is just way too convoluted. Okay. But this should actually work. Wait, why is this exploding? Where is it exploding? Refill jobs. New job. Oh, because now this thing needs new array of creep. No, array of string, because we have the names. What are you complaining about? String is not assembled. Job target. Wait, I totally screwed it up. Okay. Yeah, like this will definitely be the last thing I'm doing today, because it's like the amount of errors I'm making is just getting exponential. Okay, so it needs to be the type, then the target, then the ID. Then I need to fix this piece of code. Okay. Target. Yep. Okay. That's actually a good idea. How did I? But yeah, okay. So now this should stop screaming. Well, almost. Now I need to make it optional. So yes. Let's quickly jump to my job at the... And yep, so this will be this indeed. And now it seems to be happy with everything. Okay. So let's try to push this. So this shouldn't really do anything, because I'm not actually calling the code for the job scheduling, which is good. Let's see if things exploded. They shouldn't have. Yep, we are working. Let me just double check the room. Job scheduler. No, I think this is still fine. Okay. So let's try. I still have this creep. Was it this one? Oh, he has only 14 ticks to live. Okay, I will need to pick another one. But let's re-enable the logic in our main to see if this thing is working. Geez, this code is getting so long. It should be like a coding metric, is like how much you need to scroll. It's like... if you need to scroll your mouse wheel more than 5 ticks per file, then, you know, do a refactor. Okay, so that guy is dead. Let's pick up on this. That's a remote miner. No. Sure. Let's use this guy. That's fine. So remote miner. Okay, remote miner. You are no longer remote miner. You are now a smart worker. Please. So smart worker, will you do the stuff I want you to do? So now he should go and pick up resources. Doesn't seem to have. Yeah, so just funny story from my like long time ago jobs. My main metric about like how well like our systems were working was the number of visits from our like customer support people in my office. That was my metric. Like if we didn't talk at all that day, you know, we were green, everything was perfect. And then it went from there, like, you know, 1 visit, 2 visits, 3 visits. It was my main metric. Okay, what the heck is with this guy? Why is he not getting his workflow set up? Smart, oh, because it's smart worker, not smart work. Yes, okay. I'm so smart. I work so smart. What? Why did it not update? Oh, now it's smart worker. Oh, it has a current workflow, an empty array. Okay, what? Oh, he's doing what? Is stuff happening? Job repair. It's going somewhere. Why does it have the creeps in it? Damn it. I wanted to avoid that. Okay, it's kind of working. But there's... yeah, okay. I really need to figure this out. Like this is... oh my god, this is a nightmare. Yes, Screeps can repair stuff. Like, are you asking that like in general you didn't know there was a repair method? Yeah, so you can use towers to repair stuff, but that might be inefficient because the like effectiveness of what tower is doing is based on the distance. So if you are using a tower to repair stuff, you should maybe have like a check if the thing is not like too distant, and then just use creeps to repair stuff if they are like more than that. Okay, so I think it's kind of working, but there's a bunch of things that need to be fixing. Like first, like this memory crap really needs to be fixed. Can I... Now, if I... like, can I have a class over here? I cannot. I can only have interfaces over here. Can I... Yeah, I think I will need to ask around again in the Slack. What's like the cleanest way to do this? Like one option is definitely using the like having a data member with the data, and then just serializing, and it should be fine. So if you don't know JavaScript, I would definitely recommend TypeScript. Especially if you know like compiled languages. Because JavaScript is one big mess of nonsense, and it's kind of hard to get into that. And I keep smashing my head against that all the time. But yeah, TypeScript is actually pretty digestible. Unless you need to do this kind of nonsense, which kind of goes back to... Okay, so if you know C++, you are in the same situation as me. I started with TypeScript like 2 months ago. If you know C++, you will find TypeScript like very familiar. And especially there's a lot of parallels between what TypeScript does to JavaScript, what templates do to C++. So if you are familiar with templates, you will find a lot of the TypeScript stuff very, very comfortable. And actually, if I may point you to just, you know, like a little bit of self-promotion, because we haven't done that really. Let me just go to my YouTube channel if I can manage that. There's this playlist, Senior C++ Dev Learns JavaScript. Stupid YouTube. So it's free sessions of this, but it's basically me going through the TypeScript handbook and like trying to understand the code and then trying to write a simple thing using that. So if you are into that, feel free to have a look. My channel should be linked in the like Twitch info page. Let me actually why is it, what the heck? Oops. So somewhere, yes, so there's a link to my YouTube. Right. Okay. So yes, let me just write down some notes, because there was a lot of things happening today, and I really need to put some of them into writing. Okay. So first of all, I need to figure out a consistent way to have fast access to deserialized memory without stringifying everything. Main problem here is going from X interface to X. Resetting the methods on the object and dealing with the fact that TypeScript is generally not happy about doing that. Okay. So that's one thing. Second thing, resource scheduler needs to be integrated into the new scheduler. and specifically resource allocations for smart creeps, smart workers need to be persisted across several ticks. Yeah, so WebAssembly is also cool. Just FYI, I did use WebAssembly quite a lot. It's a very nice thing, and you can basically write like entire web app in C++.
Hello, Cunimbus. Welcome to the channel, and thank you for the follow.
But honestly, if you know C++, learning TypeScript is actually a really good thing to learn. Because if you know TypeScript, you know basically JavaScript, and then if you know C++, you kind of have a really good full stack array of languages. The thing that C++ struggles a lot with is like client level stuff. This was one thing I ran into when I was working on my chatbot, was that I can find like all the server-side libraries for whatever I wanted to do. Okay, I wanted to like WebSockets. Oh, here is like 20 different server-side WebSocket libraries. But literally like no client-level WebSocket libraries. Specifically, I ran into a problem that I wanted to do an OAuth authentication, and I wasn't able to find the library that would work. Like there were some that kind of worked, but in a very limited way. I couldn't set it in a way that I actually wanted, so it would work for me. So from that perspective, C++ is an absolute nightmare, and it makes sense because like why would you use C++ for like client level stuff? For that you use other languages. You use C++ for the servers. So knowing TypeScript then allows you to do the client level stuff in TypeScript and then the backend in C++, and I think it's a great combo personally, but just my opinion and my bias and everything, I guess, it's just me. That's what it is. Okay, note. So yes, with stringifying stuff, I need to figure out how to integrate the memory with the objects. Resource scheduler needs to be integrated into the new scheduler. And we all the work atoms need to be implemented. Right now there is only repair. Okay. Okay, so this should be good enough for notes for today. And I think it's time to slowly wrap up for today. So, okay, let me check. Will this actually work? It will work. I can become bigger.
With a super deep voice and be super scary. Okay.
So yes, if anyone has any questions, I'm super happy to answer. Otherwise, we will just wrap up the stream for today. And I might go play some Call of Duty, but probably not stream that. By the way, anyone plays the new Call of Duty? Just wondering. Yeah, I will try to test that and figure out what's actually happening there. The problem is, like, on my side, I hear it fine, but I feel that there's some like mixing issues that are coming from I don't know where. I think maybe if I maybe like route the alerts in a different way, it gets tricky. Because technically, like, all the mixing should be happening on the Go XLR that I have. And I think the problem that's actually happening is that even though this should be working, but when the OBS tries to mix in the alert sound with the Go XLR stream mix, that is what fails. But since I'm not hearing the alerts distorted in my headphones, that means that the sound that's going to the Go XLR to go into my headphones is okay. Oh, wait a second. Is that actually what's happening? I have an idea. I think I know now what's actually happening. Let's... Oh, but then you guys will not hear this. This gets very tricky sometimes with mixing and stuff. Yeah, because I'm sending it to system. Is he me? Is that what you're asking, if I'm doing AI code analysis? Yeah, so I work for a company that's doing AI code analysis. I didn't get to do much of that, unfortunately, because the company kind of needs me for other things, and I'm kind of the person that, you know, does the things that, you know, should be done, not necessarily what's the best thing for me. But yes, like we do AI code analysis, and it's a lot of fun, and it's super powerful. And you can just, like, if you have GitHub repos, you can just sign up and use it, and it will tell you what's wrong with your code. It's not working super amazingly for C++ right now, because we don't have like super powerful rules for that. I think the best like support we have for JavaScript, possibly also Java, but it keeps changing every day. Like there are new features landing all the time. Yes, that's right. So it's a combination of like logic programming with machine learned mining. Yeah. So both old style AI and new style AI mixing together. But the thing I do for the most part is like not really ops, but more like architecture and backends and that type of stuff. So I'm kind of making sure that things are working, which since we got acquired by a bigger company and we are getting way more users, it's kind of crazy right now, because the systems are just crumbling under the weight of you know, many people using them. So it's kind of like I fix one thing and things become like twice as, you know, fast, and then suddenly people start using it even more because now it's faster and things start breaking again. So it's kind of, you know, it's fun, but it's also very exhausting. What does the daily life of a software engineer look like? Well, for me, it's a bit weird right now because of the COVID thing. So I work from home right now. Honestly, it's, you know, you just sit down. Lately, it's just debugging stuff for the most part. Because you have these complicated systems that have, you know, the AI engine on the very back of them. But there's a lot of moving pieces where, like, you know, if we are analyzing a GitHub repo, we need to actually clone it. And right now, I have a strong suspicion that GitHub is actually throttling our traffic, and I have no way, like, I have no good way to actually confirm that. But I think the main source of our issues right now is actually hitting the GitHub limits when it comes to cloning repos. So kind of go about, you know, try to add monitoring, try to add logging, try to figure out, you know, which of your theories is actually correct, which of those is actually happening. Yeah, that's kind of the, and then also, like, because I'm a senior engineer, like, helping, you know, the more junior people to figure out things. So by the way, we just recently turned on PHP support. I don't know if we really catch much yet, but we do have some PHP support. So you can try it, you can turn it on. Again, I have no idea if it will report anything at all right now, but there is something there. So yeah. Yeah, so the thing is, in Travis CI, you are working with like a single repository. This is a system that's like analyzing 200 repositories at any point in time. So, yeah. And the complexity comes in from things like, okay, like you have a repository that you cloned, but you have like 3 different pull requests right now pending to be analyzed for this repository. So you need to figure out, like, how do you sequence these things correctly? Like, how do you update the repository? When do you read the data out of the repository? And all this kind of complexity. Like, that's the main thing I'm dealing with. So it's parallel, asynchronous, distributed, you know, all the keywords that make it hard. Yeah. And the big thing is, like, coming up with ways to kind of decouple things from single point of either failure or scaling up. So basically, whenever you have like a single place where everything needs to go through that, you have a problem, because if you need to scale that up, only thing you can do, you can scale up vertically, as in make, you know, the machines bigger. But you really want to be scaling up horizontally, as in having more machines. So whenever you have kind of these like single points of things, which, for example, like the Git repo is actually one of those where, like, if I clone a Git repo and I want to read a file from that Git repo, I cannot have like a parallel fetch happening on the same repository, because then you have, you know, data corruption on your disk. Yeah, so it's not so I wouldn't call it microservices because these are pretty fat services that we are running. But yeah, like, you know, doing AI is not cheap on CPU. Just put it that way. Like we have both, like we need both a lot of machines, and I'm like the main like thing on the scaling side is to be able to have more machines, because if you just sometimes if you just like add like 2 more replicas or 10 more replicas, nothing happens, because I mean your code is not ready for that. So if you then add more, nothing happens, because you know you just have stuff flying around. Yeah. If only, you know, Google Cloud CPUs was as cheap as the license for Creeps. Those would be good times. Okay. So, any more questions? Anyone? Okay then. So in that case, like feel free to still ask. I will start looking around who is streaming right now, and we will visit one of our Twitch neighbors. Let's see. Okay. And by the way, if you have like recommendations who we should visit, just put it in there. You know what? This looks interesting. Okay. Okay, so I'm starting the raid. And thanks a lot for watching. And let's meet again next week. See you guys.